feel like a kid in a candy store right now.
And obviously, you brought up a lot of things that were weighing on your mind. It felt like in that post-fight interview, but in the media days and all the other interviews, you didn't talk about it, you didn't let it out. So, was it weighing on your mind? And when you finally got to open up, was it a sense of relief?
Yes and no. Coach means a lot to not just me, but a lot of people. And he's like a father figure to me. So. It is a sense of relief, but at the end of the day, it's not because he's still dealing with his situation, and that's still an uphill battle for him and his family. And that's our next fight.
Well, speaking of the fight that just happened, that knee that put Frankie away, it looks very similar to the one that Corey Sandhagen threw that knocked him out. So, did you know that technique and that opening would be there, or did you just see it in the moment and capitalize on it?
Yeah, you said it the best. I just let instincts take over, and. It led to the finish.
And when it showed you going up to Frankie after, when you got down on your knees, what did you tell him in there?
It's just I just wanted him to be okay. I was, I hope you're okay. That's just the good person in me. I just, when I saw him fall, the first thing I thought was like, damn, like, man, I hope he's okay.
And we spoke to John Anik at media day, and he hinted at some sort of past issue you had with Frankie Edgar. Maybe that's what you were saying at the first face-off. What exactly happened?
It's done and over with. We don't got to talk about that,
And then I would imagine now you'll have a number next to your name in the bantamweight division. So what do you want your career to look like moving forward in the next 12 months?
Yeah, like I said, I would either like Pedro Munoz, Rob Font, or Dominick Cruz. But, yeah, it doesn't mean I'll get them.
Is there a date or a month you'd have in mind for your return?
No. Soon. Yes, like I said, I'm going to take the next couple week or two to spend time with the family, and like I said, winning is hard. So I'm enjoying it, while I have it. So first things first, I don't try to look at, I don't try to look ahead. I try to be present where my feet are. So that's what I'm doing now.
Back here.
Yes,
congratulations on the win. Did it weigh on your conscience knowing that you could, if winning, retire a beloved legend and possibly play a villain, especially in New York, New Jersey?
Yeah, of course. It's a bittersweet because, like I said, maybe that's just the good person in me. I feel like a pussy sometimes, because,
Not a pussy.
Thank you. Like, I feel like it kind of takes away from the victory, but, it is bittersweet. You never want to see a legend go down like that, But, I still have a job to do at the end of the day. And that's what I did, me and my coaches, we talked about it, remove the name of the face, and it's just the body, and I'm going to run through it. And that's what I did.
Gotcha. And your weight division is shark-infested waters, and obviously you're one of those sharks. Who you want to fight next?
Either Pedro Munoz, Rob Font, or Dominick Cruz. Those would be the ideal three.
Got it. Thank you very much, Chris, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Chris in the back here. During media day, John Anik said you're the best 135er without the unranked 135er in the world. Would you be shocked if there wasn't a number next to your name next time the rankings roll out?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. I've I don't believe we deserve anything in life. We earn everything. So I say at this point, I think I've earned that. I've earned a spot. So we'll see.
And in the rollout of the fight, obviously the main storyline of this fight was that it's Frankie Edgar's last fight, and most of the media was focused on him. Does it bother you at all that you were kind of pushed to the side?
I've been pushed to the side my whole life, But like I said, it's kind of bittersweet because I'm from the East Coast. I'm from New Jersey, and I got no love. But at the end of the day, I'm from the South. Texas. I had Texas behind me, and then I have two countries, Colombia and Guatemala. So I felt all the good vibes and energy from those three places, and I was able to handle business tonight.
And last one, you mentioned that you're from New Jersey. It must feel weird to be fighting pretty much in your backyard and almost feel like you're in enemy territory, right?
Yeah, but rightfully so. Like I said, Frankie Edgar's done so much for the sport. He's paved the way for fighters like me and fighters behind us and behind me. So I give him all the respect. He's earned it, and rightfully so. So
Thank you. Congratulations.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Mike, I know you'd rather be speaking to us under different circumstances, but I guess what is the emotions after, an incredible fight like that?
Disappointment, of course, but alive. I mean, Madison Square Garden, huge opportunity, number 2 guy in the world. At some point, you're like, I went out there, I did everything I possibly could. In any endeavor in life, if you do everything that you possibly can, and the cards don't fall your way, it's part of it. But I wanted to show, too, that I was going to come here after a loss just like I have after a win. I made a point of it, and here I am talking to you guys, and we'll go back to the drawing boards and keep on getting after it.
Well, appreciate doing that. I mean, obviously, people always say, well, Chandler's going to come out quick, but then he's going to fade early. But, you actually won the second round. Some momentum was shifting your way. I mean, do you take any solace, I guess, and maybe that you prove that's a bad narrative?
Yeah, I do. But then you start to think, well, shoot, that makes it even worse, So, because I was. And, I think it's just, man, this is such a game of inches. That's why y'all love it. That's why everybody in that arena was blowing off the roof tonight. This is just such a beautiful sport, and the UFC does it the best. And these platforms that we get, the opportunities that we have, going to live on forever, But one more sleep, I get to go home and be dad and husband for a little while, and it's going to be fun.
You didn't have to go to the hospital, right? I mean, you're here.
I didn't. Healthy as an ox, baby.
Nice. You guys did share some words afterwards. Kind of a weird build-up, sometimes nice, sometimes bad. I guess what was said afterwards, did you guys put everything behind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say what was said because I'm not here to talk about, put that out there. It's between he and I. I did go over there to be a man of my word. I said win, lose, or draw. I would shake his hand and be respectful after. And something was said, and I didn't really like it. So we're still friends. / enemies / whatever we are. We're not really sure what we are.
So he said something in the moment that kind of upset you.
I mean, it wasn't as graceful in victory as I would have been, or I would have liked. Yeah. But don't have expectations of other people. They'll always just let you down.
Last thing for me, I mean, I know right now all you want is probably some family time, right? But do you think about where you go? Because it's like, okay, maybe this slows down a title run right now, but clearly you've shown that you can be in there with anybody in the division. It's going to be an exciting fight. So, I mean, where do you see the trajectory from here?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think I've just come in and earned my spot as the guy who was willing to say yes to every single very, very tough opponent. I mean, look at my strength of the schedule. My first 5 fights in the UFC. So at this point, we'll go back to the drawing boards. There's no. There's no secret. There's no doubt that I'm not one of the guys who can put butts in seats for sure. Still got one dude on my mind. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Mike, to your right, to your far right. What do you do, like following up sort of on what you were just saying to John, what do you do right now? You're 2-3. You fought 5 of the best guys in the world. Do you have to change your style a little bit, do you think, or is this the way the coin flips when you're fighting the best?
It's a good question. I mean, it takes time in any endeavor to really see the fruits of your labor in action, and I think mixed martial arts is one of those. I think I've worked on defense. I think you saw that shades of it tonight. I've worked on wrestling more. I think you saw shades of that. I've worked on footwork and angles and covering up and different things. You saw shades of that. You guys get to see 15 minutes of 15 weeks of each training camp compiled on top of each other, and you just hope that it's able to come out. Game plans and strategies and all that kind of stuff. So to answer your question, I'm happy with my performance, except for the fact that I lost. You have always had that optimism that you're going to get back up to the top. But is this the part of the sport that sucks? You look at what happened to Izzy in the main event. Carla, is a 2-time champion, and she gets submitted like that. I mean, is this the hard part to accept of the sport, that you can be the absolute best in the world and still may not win? Yeah. Yeah, but it's But this is this is just a manifestation of. It's a metaphor for life. This is what life is, though. You know, and we get to do it in front of millions of people, and we get to be put on a platform, and it's happiness, and it's pain, and it's turmoil, and it's the ups and the downs all rolled into one. And I've said it since the beginning. At the very end of it, my God still loves me, my family still loves me, and I still love me, and that's where I'm at. And we live to fight another day, and we recalibrate and see.
Mike's over here. Right here in the corner. You said at Media Day that fighting in Madison Square Garden, the crowd makes you kind of want to fight a certain way regardless of the game plan. Did you kind of fall into that again after that first round?
I don't know. I have to go back and watch the fight, honestly. Couldn't hear my coaches again. Dadgum, man. I'm probably never fighting here again. All right, Chris, tell the brass I'm never fighting here again, all right? Third time. I'm 0-3 here. 2 other times I left in an ambulance. So, like, you know, no, I'm just joking. New York City is a very great city. Madison Square Garden is ridiculous. But, yeah, I mean, it's just that's what you want. Like I've said, is a blessing and the curse. The biggest stage possible, the brightest lights possible, the biggest promotion possible, the number 2 guy in the world, the highest stakes, title implications, all of that. And all of that was shattered when I lost, so.
And then the conversation you had that you don't have to go into details or anything, but Dustin also seemed to be complaining about fouls in there. Did it have something to do with that, what he said to you?
Yes, I will admit, yes, his mouth was open and my hand went inside of there and was on his mouthpiece. He bit down. I was trying to pull it out. It wasn't as though I was trying to pull it out and he was biting it and I couldn't get it out. It was more just the angle. I mean, you're getting pushed up against the cage. I mean, it's just... and then there was, I think that was, and then the other thing was when Dan Murgalata was saying I was hitting him in the back of the head. I don't know, I'll have to go back and watch it, to be honest with you. But I know I was catching his ear, or at least in my mind I was catching his ear. So we had that kind of conversation. So y'all know I ain't a cheater. I love this game. I don't cheat.
When you were on top, the camera kind of panned in. It looked like you blew your nose on him with all the blood. Is that what happened?
I gotta rock it up my nose right now, trying to keep it stopping from bleeding. I mean, it was, if I wanted to breathe, that blood needed to come out. So I mean, it wasn't a malicious weird thing, but it was definitely like, hey man, sorry you're down there, but I didn't create gravity. I did. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly.
Mike, just one quick one. You said there's still one guy on your mind. Is it safe to assume that's Conor McGregor?
Of course, man. I mean, I think at this point, he comes back and he looks at the suitors. I don't think I'm the easiest fight that he could take, but I do think I'm the biggest fight that he could take. I think Conor McGregor stepping back in the octagon does big numbers no matter what. But he and I step inside the octagon, we do staggering numbers. You know, I do think that. And I respect him. We'll love to see him come back. Maybe I'm the guy that comes back and fights.
What would be your message to him to, I guess, jump in that USADA pool? Because it sounds like he's going to need 6 months of testing before he can fight.
Yeah, get on it, man. We all know that fighting is his first love. Exactly 6 years ago today, November 12th, 2016, he became the double champion. He apologized to absolutely nobody, and it was absolutely awesome. He's a legend in the sport, man. He's the biggest name in the sport. It was bad enough we had to compete with Bentleys and Bugattis and boats and $100 million whiskey companies. Now we got to compete with the silver lights and the silver screens and bright lights of Hollywood, man. But come back to your first love, Conor. Step inside the octagon with me.
Michael, to your right. Can I toss another name out to you?
Sure.
You had an unbelievable rivalry with Eddie Alvarez. He's now a free agent. Any chance you talk to the brass, bring him back, and finish that up?
That's not a bad idea either. I mean, Eddie's, when you talk about, obviously Frankie Edgar today, I just love the dude. Just amazing pioneer of the sport. Eddie, the same thing. Eddie and I have got some got some history. Eddie and I have made some magic in there. Eddie was a former UFC champion. I would love to see him come back here and get thrown back into the mix. And there ain't no way that he and I are not fighting if he comes back to the UFC. So I love the idea of that fight. I mean, obviously, I'm not throwing in the towel here by any means. I still think I'm one fight away from still being possibly called up for the title shot. But at this point, I need to get another win inside the top 5 or top 3, and we'll see.
In the middle.
Yes, sir.
You had a number of opportunities, it looked like, to maybe get your arm under the chin for a rear naked, and it just never seemed to coalesce. Strategically, maybe you need to look at the video, but was there something that you weren't able to do that you're like, God damn, I wish I was able to get such and such? Like, walk us through it.
Yeah, no, that's actually really horrible to hear because I think I trained a lot of rear naked chokes there. I think it was the positioning and blood was everywhere. Goodness gracious, it's so hard to actually tell you how slippery it is when blood and sweat mix on skin. It's crazy from a being on top leverage standpoint. So now, I'll probably go back and say, well, you blew that one, Michael, because I did think that I was going to be able to rear naked choke him. I actually had visions and visualized myself rear naked choking Dustin this camp, and turns out he did to me. Fudge.
And Michael, back here.
Yes, sir.
5 fights that you had so far in the UFC, 5-star classics. Is it hard to see the positives right now, what you have accomplished thus far in the UFC, considering you haven't won the championship? Or is it easy to see the positives and also see the negatives and work on the negatives?
Yeah, no, it's not hard to see. Honestly, I'm 36 years old now. I've been through a lot, and I will continue to move forward with complete disregard to my previous failures, my future opposition, and anything that stands in my way. I've gotten to the point now where, I'm just living the dream.
Yeah.
This is my second career. Yeah. I had one career outside the UFC, and now I have a new career inside the UFC, and I am absolutely living the dream.
Absolutely.
And enjoying it.
Awesome. And you can play every sport with one ball, but MMA takes 2. And thank you very much for always being in the cage and displaying your guts.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
was 20,845, 27th consecutive sellout. The gate was 11.56 million, the second highest grossing event in MSG history. We hold number 1 and number 2 now, and it's the 5th highest grossing event for the UFC. Fight of the night, no brainer. Poirier and Chandler. We all knew that a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was going to be the
Already had those checks.
fight of the night. And Pereira and Weili Zhang won the performance bonuses. So they all won $50,000. Congratulations to them.
I guess before we get into specifics, I mean, just the event overall, I think people are saying card of the year, maybe event of all time. I mean, one of the greatest nights in UFC history from start to finish. What
Right.
were
Yeah,
you saying?
no, it was an amazing night. I mean, we knew when we built this card that this was a good one, The only thing you can hope is it stays together, and it did, and we're here, and it happened, and it was awesome. So, yeah, I'm happy.
Incredible main event. I mean, tactical fight throughout. Israel Adesanya looked great, and then
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have headphones over on your side, but the corner in Pereira's corner that round, it was like straight out of a movie. I want to hear what the corner work's going to be, so I put the headphones on, and one of his trainers, I don't know who it was like, "You're losing this fucking fight. You need to knock him out in this round. You have to move forward. You have to throw punches and bunches. You have to throw combinations. Let your fucking hands go. You're going to be a world champion in 5 minutes." And then he gets up and goes out there, and it was seriously straight out of a movie.
That's incredible. No, I haven't seen that yet, so we'll look forward to that. The stoppage, I mean, there's some people, let the guy fall. I mean, it looked like he was taking some pretty heavy shots. Were you okay with the stoppage in the main event?
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with the stoppage. You just said it now. I don't know. I mean, he was hurt. He obviously wasn't out, but he seemed pretty hurt to me.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to talk to Israel at all since the result?
No, I haven't yet.
I mean, obviously we're not going to make a fight right now, but technically Alex is 3-0 against the guy, right? I mean, do you put that history into it when you start thinking like, I can't go a fourth fight?
Well, it's not even that. It's you got to show Israel. First of all, I was saying this week, and it's the absolute truth. Israel Adesanya didn't even flinch about taking this fight. He likes to fight all the time. He took this fight. He wanted this fight. A lot of people talk publicly. And it's a whole different story behind the scenes. That guy's an absolute stud. Always wants to stay active. And a fight that most guys would stall, give me more time, give me this, that. He dove right into this fight. His only loss was when he tried to move up in weight to 205. So you got to respect him as a champ and what he's done.
So you wouldn't rule out running it back?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Absolutely. Zhang Weili, phenomenal performance from her as well.
Savage. Absolute savage. The choke. I mean, pulling off the choke the way that she did, and the power, and she's fun to watch, man. She is a fun fighter.
Nice. I think a lot of people coming in were saying if she does win, fight with Rose makes all the sense in the world. Does that sound enticing to you, or are there there are other ladies that have made claims as well, but does that sound like the one to make?
Yeah, I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
Last couple ones, Frankie Edgar, of course. The
best. I love him. I love his family, and. A rough way to go out, but what he's accomplished here and what he's done, nothing but respect and love for Frankie.
Nice. And last thing for me, I just want to ask did you get the information on what happened with the Kovacevic decision there with all the changing of the scores in the cage? And
oh, no, yeah, I forgot about that actually, too. Have you ever seen anything like
Never.
that?
Not once.
I don't know what happened, man. I was like, 20-something years, I've never seen this. It was crazy.
Dana, to your right.
Yeah.
Down over here.
Hey, Kev.
Just kind of curious, you referenced it a little bit when you said Izzy will fight anybody. Do you think in a way, he fights a guy after just 3 fights in the UFC? I mean, he didn't have to fight him at this point, and so his competitiveness maybe got the best of him. Do you look at it that way just by taking the fight?
No, I think that's what makes this sport so great, And again, I don't mean to shit on boxing, but look at what's going on with the Crawford fight. Like, the fight isn't being made that should be made. And Israel was absolutely confident going into this fight, too. Never once did he look like he was scared of this guy or, worried about it. And he was picking him apart, I think that going into that 4th round, I think if he was a little bit more aggressive in that 4th round, who knows what would have happened, But when you start getting into the 4th, you're winning the fight. And then you get to the 5th, basically all you got to do is stay away from him in the 5th round, you win the fight. sometimes that strategy doesn't work out.
You know, he's in a tough spot if you decide against giving him the rematch. You know, he's already cleaned out the division. He even said his motivation was low. So, like, for a guy like that, how do you keep him motivated in wanting to come if he doesn't have a title shot, given everything he's accomplished and how many people he's put away in the UFC?
What's the question?
I'm saying, how do you keep him motivated if you don't give him the rematch right away? He's cleaned out the division already, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get him motivated by fighting guys he's already beaten before?
Probably money.
Yeah, that would probably work, right?
Yeah, it usually does.
Dana.
Yeah.
With Pereira winning, would you say that opens up the division? Guys like Robert Whittaker, who was 0-2 against Adesanya, is now in the mix. Maybe Muniz, maybe in Chimaev.
It always does. Yeah, it definitely does.
Would you say it's a good thing?
Yeah. Listen, it is what it is. If Izzy won, it's a great thing. If Pereira wins, it's a great thing. It's part of the business, man. There's always great fights to make, especially in that division. There's just so many savages in that top 7, I think.
And today was the 29th year anniversary from the very first UFC way back in Colorado. I know it's gone a long way. Look how it is. Just tell us what it means to you personally to be where you are now 29 years later.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, surreal, and I've been thinking about it a lot the last couple of days, actually. Yeah, it's awesome. And to be on the roll that we're on this year, too. I mean, it just like every Saturday gets bigger and bigger, so it's still a fun ride.
My last question, I was thinking about how hard it was to get into New York. It was like the toughest state. You're in New York, and then I was being the nerd. I started looking at which states you haven't been to, and you've been to like 40-something states. You ever just say, "Hey, let's do all 50. Let's check all the boxes."
Let's do what?
Do all 50 states.
Do all 50 states? No, I never thought of that, but I'm like so focused on Africa right now. I want to do Africa so bad. That's sort of my focus. Plus, it's been so long since we've been to some of these other, like Canada, get back to Australia and some of these other countries. We're going to South Korea this year, going back to Brazil. So we got to knock a bunch of those out first, the places we haven't been in a minute. But, and like you said, what's crazy is think about this. All the time that we were kept out of New York, and now we're number 1 and number 2 all time at Madison Square Garden. You think of the events that have been held here, and we're 1 and 2. It's pretty badass.
A couple questions for you, Dana. First, the UFC Africa that you just talked about, where in that continent do you see this happening, given that the lack of large indoor arenas?
No, it's
anywhere?
a great question. It's a great question. But Nigeria is what we're thinking.
Building something, or perhaps an outdoor venue?
Yeah.
Like at a soccer stadium?
Yeah. Both. I don't know which one yet. But, yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, we're pretty crafty. We'll figure it out.
Okay. And the other question I have for you is, talk to us about the featherweight interim title fight. What was the decision to make an interim belt? And also, how did it land on Emmett and Rodriguez as opposed to, say, Holloway or Allen?
Yeah, I don't remember all the exact details on why that one was made, but that's the fight.
Dana, back here. I wanted to ask a little bit. Were you happy with the stoppage in the main event?
Was I happy with it?
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't even question it until Morgan said it to me at the beginning of the press conference.
Conor McGregor declared yesterday the Mac is back. I know he says this all the time, but from your standpoint, what is the situation with Conor right now?
Well, he's been posting, he just got done filming a movie, and he's been posting videos of himself training, and he definitely wants to come back next year.
You mentioned boxing a little bit there. I wanted to get your take on this whole, you were talking about the Crawford fight. Another one that seemingly just kind of fell by the wayside was this heavyweight title fight between, Fury and Usyk. Fury's now fighting Derek Chisora. This is the kind of fight you would never be able to make in MMA with, such a disparity. What do you make of that situation?
I don't care. I don't care. That's not my world. I don't, I was just using them as an example of making the fights that should be made, and not avoiding certain fights. We just don't do that here.
You just said it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You just said it's not your world. So is Zuffa boxing officially done?
No, but it's not my world. That's
Dana back.
what they're doing has nothing to do with me. It doesn't change my life whatsoever.
Dana back here.
Yeah.
Let me take you back to UFC Africa. I'm from Nigeria. There are no facilities that would be able to house the UFC. Have you considered a Rwanda, for example? They have a Kigali arena. The NBA has played there with their Basketball Without Borders multiple times. Just a thought.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then over here.
Yep.
UFC 282. What do you think about Yuri Prochazka, his fighting style, and overall performance in the UFC so far?
Who?
Yuri Prochazka, UFC 282.
Yeah. What do I think about him?
Yeah, his fighting style and overall performance
I think
so
he's
far.
awesome. Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, what is your expectation of the rematch? It's going to be a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, the first fight was so damn good, and back and forth. As soon as you thought he was going to win, it flipped, and it looked like Glover was going. Then it flipped again. I mean, that fight could have gone any way with either guy, and it was exciting. It was fun, and hopefully the second one's as fun and as exciting as the first one.
Dana, to your right.
Thank you.
Over here. The Poirier-Chandler fight, you knew it was going to be great. To just see the reaction from the fans after the first round, there was a lot of buzz on Twitter, too, just what was going through your mind after that first round.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. It was one of the best first rounds I've seen in a very long time, maybe if ever. So, yeah, there was no doubt going into tonight that was going to be the fight of the night. We should have probably just paid those guys yesterday.
Dana, right here. Dominick Reyes suffered another loss tonight. Just a couple years ago, he was, on the brink of being the first guy to legitimately beat John Jones. Now it's 4 losses in a row. Are you surprised by kind of this fall from grace from him?
Literally exactly what you said is what we were just talking about in the back, after the fights were over. Yeah, it's almost like he hasn't been the same since that John Jones fight.
What do you kind of do with him now? Because obviously, he changed camps. He's seemingly done all the things that a fighter would do to try to get back on track, and he has his quickest loss here tonight. Do you keep him around? Do you maybe let him go try to get some wins somewhere else?
I don't know right now. I think first and foremost, I would see what he wants to do. What does he want to do, and where's he at mentally, and what's he thinking?
Yeah, and he's always obviously connected to John Jones. Do you have any update on John? I know he was saying that, Stipe signed the contract for December. We're obviously close to that, so I imagine it's not happening then.
Yeah, no, John Jones will fight next year, for sure.
First quarter, probably?
Yeah. We never had a Stipe John Jones fight. He's going to fight next year.
Okay, and just last thing, Michael Chandler was just in here, and he was kind of talking about his next moves, and someone asked him about maybe, looking back at an Eddie Alvarez fight, because Eddie Alvarez is a free agent right now, and they had some great fights, in another promotion. Have you talked to Eddie and his team at all in this free agency about maybe bringing him back?
Eddie hit me up a couple days ago, yeah. But no, we haven't had any serious conversations.
Does it interest you having him back?
I think that Eddie is at a point in his career where, we're always trying to bring in young, up-and-coming guys that hopefully can be world champions some days. That's what we really look for.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dana, can you just describe Izzy's title reign and what he meant to the company?
Describe what?
Izzy's title reign and what he did for the company as a champion.
Yeah, no, I mean, you saw it and you felt it tonight. I mean, the dude's from New Zealand, and we're at Madison Square Garden in New York, and the place is going crazy for him. He's been a great champion for us. He likes to fight all the time. He like I said, he doesn't say no. He'll fight anybody, and those are fun guys to have. And he's a good person.
And that loss kind of reminded me of Kamaru, when he lost, he was winning the round, they were winning the fight, and then he lost all of a sudden. That's part of the sport, basically.
It's what makes the sport so great, honestly. It's you can never tell what's going to happen in this sport. You never know. I mean, I had him. I had it 3-1 going into the last round, and then his corner, Pereira's corner, gives him a fucking movie-like speech in the corner, and he goes out and does it, and it's incredible. It's what makes this thing so crazy. You can never pick who's going to win a fight.
Dana, just going back to UFC Africa, I'm curious, how big do you think that event could be? Is that somewhere you're going to have to kind of educate the people and introduce mixed martial arts to them?
It's not even about how big I think it will be. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be like when we go over I just want to do it.
Is this because you see stuff like Rumble in the Jungle and it's like, for you as a promoter?
100%. 100%. And we have African champions, and I'm going to build a PI over there. So, yeah, it's just something that I personally want to do.
Do you have a time frame on it? Could it be as early as the first half of next year, for example?
I don't know. It's like, this gentleman over here just educated me on.
Yeah.
I don't know enough yet. What we'll do is we'll send a team over there, and they'll go kick around the country for a little bit and see what we can do.
I feel like a rematch of tonight's main event would make a lot of sense over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of fights that can make sense over there, depending on how all this stuff plays out over the next, I don't see us going there fast enough to do this rematch.
Okay. Going on to Michael Chandler, right? He's had wins and losses in the UFC at this point, but in terms of excitement, his first 5 fights have been probably unparalleled in terms of newcomers. Just curious what your thoughts are on him as a fighter. And okay, he might not be winning them all, but is he like the most exciting guy you have on the roster?
Yeah, he's fun. He's like our Arturo Gatti. You know what I mean? He's a fun guy. He's always in fun fights. He comes to fight, man. He leaves it all in there, and that's why people love him. He's fun to watch.
Going back to the anniversary of the UFC, and you were saying how cool it is to come to places like New York and set it out, even though you were kept from being here for so long. This is just something I noticed tonight. Is it cool to see crowds have evolved to the point where when Izzy gets a hook in, they cheer because they recognize the hooks going in and stuff like that?
It's fun. We had this conversation too. There was a guy here tonight from the History Channel, and we were talking about. He was asking me about jiu-jitsu. And I was saying that me and the Fertitas, when we first bought this thing, that's what we were the most afraid of, is that people didn't understand the ground game. And now 20 years later, we're at Madison Square Garden, a place that we weren't able to come to, and guy puts a hook in and the crowd gets excited. It's unbelievable how educated people have become about the ground game over the last 20 years.
When was the last time you rolled?
A long time ago. I'm too fucking old to roll, believe me. I like my neck. I like my knees. I'm good.
Dana, over here. Other side. This way.
Yeah.
I'm curious, did you hear Renato Moicano's post-fight interview when he was spazzing out on the mic?
That who was?
Moicano.
No, I didn't hear that.
No. Well, 90% of it got beeped out on national television.
What was he? Was he mad or?
He was very excited about winning and felt disrespected.
That's awesome. Good for him.
You also talked about you wanted to find these young fighters that could eventually be champions. Aaron Blanchfield had a huge win over Molly McCann. What did you make of her performance?
Yeah, Molly had a rough night. That was a rough one. Yeah.
And then Ryan Spann, you touched on Dom Reyes. What did you think of his performance? Also saying that he's
That's
never...
a great question. Exactly. We're talking about him. We overlooked Spann. He looked incredible tonight. He looked awesome. A kid that came off the Contender Series, and he's killing it, man. He looked good tonight. He looked good. He looked confident. And, he's probably going to be in rank number 7 or 8 on Tuesday.
Could you believe when he said he's never trained for a fight? He's never had a training camp longer than 3 weeks.
Yeah, he's a freak. That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Dana over here.
Yeah, he's built to fight, too. I mean, you just look at that guy's physique. His legs are huge. He's tall. He's rangy. Strong.
Dana over here.
Yeah.
Congratulations on another successful outing in New York. Stack card, top to bottom, amazing, exciting.
Thank you, sir.
When does it get to a point where you see the calendar, you're like, oh, New York is back. I got to stack it. I got to make it a mega card. Like, how is it pressure that you pretty much have raising the bar every single time you come here?
No, but, that's what we try to do every week. We try to put on the best possible cards we can every week. I mean, that's what we do. We really try to, outdo ourselves, which sometimes it's like, how do we beat this? And then we always seem to do it. This dude's falling asleep right here. I gotcha.
Hey, Dana, one more question.
I'm boring the shit out of this guy. We got last question so we can bring somebody fucking exciting in
questions here, please.
Dana, one more question.
Yeah.
Obviously, this has been Fight Holy Land, New York, since Joe Louis fighting Max Schmeling back in the 30s. I mean, because you're a boxing guy, does that put pressure on you saying, oh man, New York is essentially smart, some of the smartest fight fans in the world. I got to really, really stack it top to bottom. Is it because you're a boxing fan and you know the history of boxing that you have...
Well, it's one of the things that I think boxing did wrong. I mean, it got to a point where boxing became this going out of business sale. Every time they put on a fight, they're just trying to grab as much money as they can possibly grab and run. And, we built a brand, built a sport, and, when you show up here, these tickets are expensive. Plane tickets are expensive. Hotel rooms are expensive. It's not cheap to come to these type of things. You should get your money's worth. The other thing is pay-per-view. Pay-per-view isn't cheap anymore either. So every time I would turn off the TV when I watched boxing, I'd be like, God damn it, they got me again, right? They got me again. I don't ever want people to turn the TV off and feel that way about our product. So we stack it from top to bottom, and I say this all the time, but what I sell is holy shit moments. So I want you to have 3 or 4 holy shit moments during the night, whether you're here live or at home, and that's what we always set out to do.
Two questions here.
Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah?
2 questions, very quick.
Yeah?
First, what's your comments on Zhang Weili reclaiming her title tonight? And, actually, many Chinese youngsters becoming fans of UFC because of Zhang Weili. Do you have any plans to increase your presence in China?
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%, sir. What you have to ignite a market is a badass fighter from that region, and she is awesome, man. I love everything about her. I love the way she fights. I love the way she trains. She's an absolute killer. Absolute killer, and I love the fact that she loves to win so much. She wants to be a world champion. She loves being a world champion. She loves I can't say enough. I can't say enough good things about her. And yes, she is helping to blow this thing up in China.
So
Dana, hold on. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Just one quick one. Leon Edwards has been doing a lot of media this week. Is there any update on that stadium event in London?
We were just talking about that tonight too. You guys got my room bugged. All the shit you're asking me is stuff we were all talking about tonight. So, a lot of people from England have been asking me Cardiff. So, we're taking a serious look at that. The only thing is Cardiff's outdoors, right?
I think it has a roof.
They got a closed roof?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go then. Me and Mark were talking about that tonight. I didn't know it was closed roof because England's a scary place to have anything outside.
Damn, you're right.
Yeah.
But Cardiff looks like a possibility.
I love Cardiff. I love the idea of Cardiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see if I can get it done.
Thank you.
I'm trying.
Dana, really quick right here.
Yeah.
We just got Alex, the champion of the UFC. We got Glover coming up in December. And January, we launch Fight Pass in Brazil. How big is that for the launch? And we got a big event going on there too. How important is that?
Yeah, no, it's very important. That's why it's aligned with the launch down there. Yeah, we're excited about it. And I'll be going to Brazil. I haven't been to Brazil in a couple of years. So I'll be there for that fight. I'm looking forward to getting back there. And, we always have a blast down in Brazil.
Dan, over here on the right.
Thank you, sir.
Dan, on your right.
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask you about kind of the unique journey that Alex Pereira has had to get to this point. Just a handful of fights in mixed martial arts, obviously accomplished in kickboxing, because you don't see a whole lot of, handful of fights come to the UFC. Within a year, he's the champion. I mean, do you have any thoughts?
It's true, and if you look at him in Israel, you know what I mean? If you look at what they've done coming from kickboxing and how good they are, it's pretty fascinating. And what's even more unique is 2 guys who fought each other twice already end up making it to the top of the sport. So it's a very unique situation.
What does that say kind of about, the evolution of the sport? Because obviously 29 years ago, we had, style versus style, and then it very slowly kind of became this, mixed martial arts as we know it. We had a lot more mixed martial arts styles, and now, granted, we saw different versions or different, iterations of Pereira's game here, but he's very much a kickboxer here, and now he's the champion.
Right. What's the question?
I guess, like, what do you think? Kind of just the fact that it's not that sport's going backwards necessarily, but just the fact that there is someone who's a specialist coming in here. And
Yeah, well, I think what it really shows is what incredible athletes they both are. I mean, to be that dominant in kickboxing and that good, and then come over here, learn everything else, and then you two end up facing each other again over here. Pretty crazy.
Were you impressed with kind of the other elements that we saw from Pereira's game here? Obviously, he mixed in the takedown. He had it's a little bit of a grappling and scrambles in there. I mean, what did you think of that too?
Yeah, I think they both fought a great fight. My only criticism of Israel in the fight is I think he should have pressed the action a lot more in that fourth round. But ain't me in there. You know what I mean? It's easy to fucking sit up here. I don't even roll anymore and talk about how he should have pressed harder in the fourth round. Yeah, so I think he fought literally almost the perfect fight.
Would you have interest in bringing in kind of more, not specialists necessarily, but people who are standouts and giving them maybe a fast track? Or is it because of obviously the link between Adesanya and Pereira?
Do you think what?
Like kind of bringing in maybe, high, elite level athletes from other sports and giving them kind of the fast track, not kind of babying them, but getting them right into the title picture very quickly, without kind of.
That ain't how it works here. You gotta fight your way up. I mean, Pereira only had so many fights here, but he fought all the right guys to get to the top.
Sure.
And then he beat the champ. So, yeah.
Dana, right here. So Stipe Miocic versus John Jones hasn't come to fruition for 272 or 282. What's going on right now with Stipe? I heard last week media was saying that Stipe might never fight again. What's going on with Stipe Miocic right now?
I don't know, and that's true. He might.
That's a true from negotiations you have with him. It might not. He doesn't want to fight no more.
No, No, I didn't say that. You said that.
You kind of said that.
Yeah, I see where this is fucking going. No, I did not say that. Yeah, maybe he won't fight. Maybe he will. I don't know.
So there's a chance Stipe Miocic never fights again and is a fireman.
I have no idea.
So if we
what
scrap,
the fuck are you asking me right now? You're like double talking.
We're going
and trying to
heavyweight
make
division.
it sound like I said that. I didn't say that. I said, but yes, that could happen. That could possibly be.
No.
But that could be anybody. Any of these guys could never fight again.
You know who said it? Your least favorite media member.
Oh, then it's got to be true.
That's who said it. So
Okay.
what's going on with the heavyweight division right now? We got Ngannou's coming off a knee injury. We got Jones maybe in the wings. Stipe in the wings. What's going on? Who's the next heavyweight championship title fight?
Yeah, I think that John Jones will be the next fight at heavyweight.
He's not a champion.
I know.
So who's he fighting?
Well, hopefully Francis.
Okay. So Stipe's out right now.
Do you have any other questions?
I do. What's
Okay.
going on with
I can't wait to hear this one.
Colby versus Khamzat? Do we have anything going further on that?
We're working on that too. Yes, that fight is being worked on.
Do we have a potential date for that fight?
No.
Okay. And then, so great card tonight.
Thank you.
Killed it in MSG. What comes next after MSG? Like, what's your next big card? Is
Vegas.
Vegas?
Yep.
Vegas all day.
Vegas.
What's the next one?
December.
Okay, so I feel like we're missing a co-main event for that fight.
Okay. I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, Jerry versus Glover.
I hear you.
So what can you give us on the heavyweight division right now?
Who is this guy? Where
Give me
are you
something
from?
good, Dana.
Who are you? Who do you write for?
Stan the Man, Menace and the Man. Dennis Bermudez, your old boy.
Oh, okay. Got it. You have any more questions for me?
Well, right now, the heavyweight division's wide open.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll get it figured out.
Are we just waiting for Ngannou?
I don't know. I don't know how that's going to play out. Listen, we've been very patient in this whole thing and trying to get something done with them, and we'll see how this thing ends up.
I hate to be this guy. The news that broke today was Ngannou said the negotiations are not going well.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
Dana, there was a time where you had events, two events in New York City, Barclays and here. You did UBS not far outside of New York a couple of months ago. Do you see that happening and being back here twice a year?
You're asking me if
UBS Arena in Long Island.
Yeah, when are we going back there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we were just there. It wasn't that long ago that we were just there, and I know that MSG wants us to come here twice a year. You know, like guarantee them twice a year. So
how realistic is that? Is that something you want to do?
Yeah. I love coming to New York. So the problem is, like I was saying, as the world starts to open up again, you know, there's so many other places that we have to go. We got to travel to and do these other markets. But yeah, I love coming to New York.
Would you imagine a May, November dates here?
I don't
if you
know.
could do it.
I don't know. We'll see.
Dana, just very last thing.
Thanks for saving me too, by the way.
You're probably not aware of this because it's just happened while you've been up there, but Nate Diaz appears to have gotten a scuffle with this guy Dylan Dennis.
That's
outside
a
the venue.
shocker. Did he really?
Yeah, he slapped him. I don't know if he's doing it
Here?
Yeah, just outside the arena. Just a few minutes ago. It was caught on video and stuff. Do you know why Nate was here tonight? Did you talk to him? And I guess what's your reaction to him coming to one of your events now and I guess causing another bit of a ruckus?
Yeah, well, the thing is that this thing's been sold out for a while. I know Nate called last night and wanted 6 tickets. We didn't have 6 tickets to give him. So he ended up figuring it out and got some seats. And, yeah, I went over and talked to him tonight, and, you know, it's all good. And every time they show up, I expect something to happen.
Yeah, so it doesn't bother you at this point?
No. Not much bothers me anymore at this point.
Facts.
Dana, heavyweight division bothers you.
Yeah.
Dana right here.
Yeah.
Alex,
Does he still have a microphone? What the hell's that guy doing with a microphone? Go ahead.
Alex Pereira looked like he was out on his feet at the end of the first round. Do you think if there was 10, 15, 20 more seconds in the round, he would have gotten finished?
I'm sorry. Ask me that question again.
Alex Pereira
Yeah.
in the first round.
Yeah.
seemed- at
Yeah.
the end-
Yeah. That would have been interesting if there was some more time. But to his credit, he recovered from that during the round and during the break and came back and won the fight.
And how do you see Pereira matching up against some of the grapple heavy guys at the top of the division?
It's a good question. That's a good question. That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens when he gets a guy that can really wrestle.
Michael Chandler, 5 fights into his UFC career. How do you assess it so far?
He's fun. He's a great kid. I like him a lot. And like I said earlier, he's like our Arturo Gatti, man. Kid comes and brings it every time and leaves everything in there. And he's so fun to watch.
Last one. I think you guys tied a record for most first-round finishes, with 7 first-round finishes in this card. With all the finishes, does it make it tough to pick out just 2 for a bonus?
No, it wasn't tonight. No, it wasn't tonight. I mean, Weilei's choke was pretty badass. And then, Poirier. No, not Poirier. It was Pereira. How do you not take him after, in my opinion, he was down 3-1 going into that last round. He wins the fight. He does exactly what he needs to do and wins the fight.
Thank you.
Dana, 283 real quick, just upcoming 283 in Rio. Can you confirm or deny that we are looking at Davison and Moreno as the main event? Is that the main event of the night?
Ask me the question again.
For 283, is Davison, Figueiredo, and Moreno, is that the main event of the evening?
We're still working on the card. Yeah, somebody asked me that yesterday. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So a lot of these cards are still in the works.
Okay, gotcha.
Cool. Thanks, New York. Have a great night, you guys. Appreciate it.
Dustin, they made you tape your hat off.
Yeah, big business, man.
I still got the product placement there.
Smart business.
Well, Dustin, congratulations. Obviously, I mean, we know what to expect when you step in the cage now, I guess. I mean, it was another one of those kind of fights, but how are you feeling about your performance and the result right now?
Feeling good, man. I had 11 months to sit back and sit on a loss. And I was trying to get fights that whole time. Nothing came through. Nothing materialized. I'm not sure whose fault it was, but I was training back home. Just sitting on that championship loss, it hurts. But it drove me to get better and come in here and get the W tonight.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, you had to go through some tough spots in there. I mean, I know you knew he was dangerous, but I mean, did anything in there surprise you? Or
his durability surprised me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that if I hurt him for sure, I'd get him out of there. And I think if I had a couple seconds added to the round, I would have got him out of there. But I hit him with a few really good shots that he survived. That was surprising. He gets hurt a lot, and I just thought when I did hurt him, I would get him out of there.
Seemed like you were pretty proud to get it done with the grappling. Was that like a point of pride for you?
Yeah. Getting submitted by a rear naked choke in my last fight, coming in here and submitting a former world champion with a rear naked choke, that feels good.
What about what happens when you're in that rear naked choke position now, right? I mean, because I think we're all sitting there watching going, is this going to happen again? I mean, are you thinking that at the time?
I'm just trying to fight the hands and defend properly, but of course I'm thinking, not again. I'm like, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Nice. He was here earlier, and he did say that, because we saw you speak afterwards, he said, look, I'm not going to tell you what was said. That's between two men. He was like, but it wasn't as pleasant as I thought it would be. So, I mean, when you guys spoke, can you reveal, like, what was said?
I told him this is my house. That's what I told him. I said, this is my house. That's it.
Nice.
And I told him he's a dirty motherfucker, too, for putting his fingers in my mouth and blowing his nose, and, it's all good.
So it's not exactly over, or it is over?
And it's over. I don't hold. It's whatever. It's whatever.
Nice. And I guess last thing for me, I mean, I know you want to celebrate the launch of the new hot sauce and enjoy yourself, but I guess where do you see yourself going there? Because I know you feel like, hey, right there in that title contention, you're clearly one of the biggest names in the sport. Do you need time off? Do you want to book? I mean, you're thinking title contention? Like, where do you go from here?
I did have 11 months off, but it's Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up, New Year's. I want to be home with my daughter. She's in first grade now, so when I leave for training camps, she's only able to come out for a limited time. We get a tutor. She stays on the same curriculum, everything. It's just a long process. It's a different process now. My daughter's getting older. When she was in kindergarten, it was a little bit easier, but we'll see. So I'm not sure what's next. Get home, let the smoke clear, start enjoying the holidays, and then we'll take it from there. But I'm sure it's going to be a big fight. I'm sure it's going to lead to a title fight if it's not going to be one, and it'll be another head-on collision.
Dustin, over here, corner. Right. At the media day, obviously, we brought up the fact that this was your first 3-round fight in a long time. So being in there, did you feel like you could just fight differently, knowing you wouldn't have to reserve your energy for maybe 2 more rounds?
I kind of fight like that if it's a 5-round fight. I was more worried because after the second, now it's 1-1. Whoever wins this round wins the fight. usually you have a little bit more cushion there to get into a rhythm and try to pick the guy apart. It was a little bit more scary. Not that I ever take rounds off, but when you're fighting a 3-round fight, round 1 and round 2 is so important. You have to start off fast.
And you mentioned what you said after the fight, but it looked like you were talking to him in there too, maybe even after the round. Were you also kind of calling him out on the fish hooks and everything during the fight?
I was telling him he was dirty, yeah.
So a couple quick questions. When Michael was here earlier, he did say he kind of apologized, getting the fingers, said it was unintentional, what have you.
It was definitely intentional.
I say, what have you. He mentioned, though, with the snot in the nose, like, that was just gravity, and he needed to breathe, and it's just like, sorry about that, man. That's just gravity.
It's just fighting,
Yeah.
It's just fighting.
The actual serious question, the rear naked choke that you touched on earlier, I asked Michael also about this, about why he was unable to get this, because he couldn't seem to get the arm under the neck. Was it something particular in, like, your chin placement? Was there some strategic, or was it just slippery, or, like, are you sure about what happened there?
It's just getting choked by a rear naked choke in 2 world title fights will make you tuck your chin a little bit tighter next time you're in that position. That's what it is. Living and learning and getting back to the gym and working my defense with Michael Brown and getting better.
And last question for me is, can we have a bottle of the hot sauce for the pizza in the back?
Got you.
Nice.
I got you.
Dustin right here. This was your first submission victory in just shy of 10 years. Last one was Jonathan Brookins, December 2012. Is that like a nice relief to you, or does it feel better?
I wanted a knockout, man, because I have most knockouts in lightweight history. I wanted to kind of start pulling away with that, But a finish is a finish. A win is a win. I'm very grateful, man, and thankful that I had a great camp and came out here and had a fun fight.
Yeah, and 21 overall UFC wins now, 3 shy of the record, which is 24. Is that something that's important to you to kind of be on there for one of the winningest fighters in UFC history? I know you take a lot of pride.
For sure. That's every record that I hear when people talk about it that has my name in it. I'm very prideful because it's hard. These longevity records like that are hard to do, and they're gonna get harder because everyone's getting so good. To get that many wins is going to be tough in the future.
When you see a guy like Frankie Edgar, who has one of those longevity records, just shy of the most fight time ever, get knocked out the way he did, does that ever give you thoughts of when the right time to get out is?
Man, Frankie's such a legend, and to see the damage he's, the fights he's lost and the damage he's taken, like in his last, he's always taken damage, but Ward a lot better when he was younger. But being knocked out with the front kick, being knocked out with the flying knee by Sandhagen, coming in here and getting knocked out again. I really like the guy, and he's a good guy. And, you just hate to see a legend go out like that.
And last thing, today the UFC announced that Volkanovski is moving up to 155. He's going to fight Makhachev in Perth. Who do you think wins that fight?
I don't know. That's a tough one to call. I'm not sure.
Dustin, to your right. Dustin right here. I'm looking over your record, and I look at Justin Gaethje, Dan Hooker, Max Holloway, tonight against Michael Chandler. It's like really close fights coming down to the last minutes, and each time you've dug deep and found a way to win. Just talk about that for a second.
That's fighting. That's what fighting is. A fight isn't a fight until there's an obstacle to overcome. Otherwise, it's just a sports venture. It's a fight. It's going to hurt. It's going to be ugly. You're going to have to believe in yourself and pick yourself up between rounds, and that's fighting.
And as Mike just mentioned, it was announced that Makhachev and Volkanovski is going to fight each other. That said, a lot of times when they have, and that's in February, when you have these mega big time fights, they like to have a guy as a backup weigh in. Would that interest you?
We'll see. When is the fight?
February.
I don't know. We'll see. That's a long flight. Cut weight. They better give me a check.
Congratulations.
Dustin, just going off of the back of that, Khabib actually tweeted his congratulations to you, and he also suggested you and Beneil Dariush in Perth in February on that card. Would that interest you?
That's one that makes a lot of sense. Beneil's earned his stripes and put away some tough guys and has been looking great doing it. We'll see. I'm not against it, but it's ultimately up to the UFC and my time frame when I'm going to return. That's what it comes down to.
What do you think about the matchup with you and Benil?
I think it's a great matchup. I think he deserves a top matchup.
Thank you.
Dustin, right here. Right here, to your left. After the win, you walked up to Mike and you said you were scared to fight him. Yeah, could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, you have to tread lightly when you use the word scared and fighting in tough guy sports, but I meant it as like those kind of fights are the fights that I want to sign, those contracts that get me nervous and get me worried about what could happen. That's every fight, but there's more whenever you just watch the guy go to war with Justin Gaethje and you see the way he knocks out guys you fought and things like that. I know the danger in the way he fights, like what you saw tonight. I knew it was going to be a head-on collision, and that, it's a healthy fear. It's a healthy fear.
And you talked about Frankie Edgar's career and how it waned, disgracefully, but with all the damage he took. You're a fighter who's definitely not shy of violence. You get in these slugfests as we saw tonight. Do you think about maybe pushing to a more strategic, less violent style moving forward, or is it war every single time you get in that case?
It's war. It's war.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And just Dustin, before you leave, I spoke to Eves, right over here. Eve said day.
Day.
I said thug jitsu, he said day.
Yeah, you better believe it.
Day.
You better believe it. I know I made my boy Eves proud tonight with the thug jitsu.
Absolutely. Congrats, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Feels good to...
翻译是吧？有翻译。OK， 那个我就开始问了，就是今天这个入场的这个音乐是你选的吗？
对，我是打 UFC 一直都用的这个音乐《沧海一声笑》。
为什么选这个曲子？
我觉得这个曲子很洒脱，谁胜谁输，谁胜谁负天知道。我觉得这个歌词我特别喜欢。对，
这个祝贺你啊，重新拿到这个腰带。就像之前采访您讲的，就是说今天开始你是世界的伟力，能不能再谈一下这次夺回腰带对你的意义？
我觉得对我来说意义非凡吧，因为我从第一次拿到腰带，然后时隔了差不多中间有1年多丢掉腰带，然后又拿回来，我觉得对我来说很重要，让我整个人生因为这段经历都发生一些改变。对，对待事物的一些看法。
之前采访的时候你提到，就是说比赛随时会有惊艳的事情发生，今天确实是发生了，大家没想到第2轮这么快就结束了。您当时是怎么想的？
我知道这个比赛肯定不会打满，因为我非常相信我们的团队，也相信我自己。然后我们的计划，我们准备了非常多，训练非常非常刻苦。
刚才我也问了 UFC 这个负责人一个问题，就是因为你的出现，中国的年轻人对 UFC 对 MMA 都非常的感兴趣。那么你觉得你这次回去给你的粉丝给这个年轻的队员们带来一些什么样的好消息？
我觉得首先就是腰带拿回中国了，对，然后这样的话，我觉得中国的粉丝、亚洲的运动员都会觉得，其实冠军离我们很近，只要我们好好努力，就可以拿到冠军，就可以实现自己的梦想。
下一个目标是什么？
下一个目标，比赛的，反正。目标你说是下一个目标，现在是先想好好休息一下，因为从4月份出来一直到现在也没有休息过，一直在训练比赛。
你冰激凌吃上了吗？
还没吃呢，一会儿让教练给安排一下。
好，谢谢。
谢谢。
Zhang, congratulations
Hello.
on the victory. Obviously, it seemed like a very emotional moment for you. Can you just explain to us kind of what this means to you to be champion again?
所以啊，这个对你来说应该是一个非常激动人心的时刻。大家刚才在赛场里也看到，所以再跟大家说说吧，这一刻对于自己来说现在意味着什么？心情如何？
很开心。其实这一天我一直在准备着，我准备了很久，每天都会激励自己，我一定会回来的。
Yeah, I'm very happy for this moment. I prepare for this moment for a very long time. Every single day, I motivate myself. I will return. I will return to the top.
Very nice. And it was an incredible performance. I mean, very dominant from start to finish. Did you expect that you'd be able to dominate the fight that way?
今天表现非常惊艳啊，咱就是统治级的表现，完虐的。那你赛前有预料到会是这样的情况吗？
赛前我们就是按照准备的，因为我这个人的性格就是。你摔跤好，那我就给你摔；你柔术好，那我给你柔。你摔我就摔你，你揉我我也想揉你。这样的话，我觉得才会让我更进步，跟强者打他的强项。
Yeah, this fight plays out same as exactly what we expect, because me is a fighter like if you are a wrestler, okay, let's wrestle. If you are a jiu-jitsu player, let's roll. If you are a striker, let's fight on the stand. So that's how I get improved and prove myself is the best of the best.
Was there anything that she did that surprised you? Because it did look like she landed a couple punches and you kind of smiled, like almost like you were a little shocked that she landed. So were there any surprises at all?
虽然一开始的时候她好像打中了你几拳，然后呢，你好像对她笑了笑，你是觉得她这几拳没有什么威胁吗？或者还是怎么样一种？
对，我觉得没事儿，对我来说没有什么威胁，然后我也就是放松下来让自己。
Yeah, because when she land a couple punches, I feel nothing. So that's why I smile. And they're a completely new threat from her striking. So that also make me more relaxed, more calm.
I know you'd be proud to be champion no matter what, but to do it the way you did by showing increased wrestling, by submission, I mean, does that mean even more to do it in that fashion rather than maybe just the striking that we know you for?
所以啊，也通过这场比赛，你也证明了自己不光能打站立，不光能 KO 对手，也能摔、能柔、能降服对手。那你觉得这个也对你来说意味着更多吗？包括在今后的比赛里，也会让你想展示自己的更多、更全面。
因为我觉得 MMA 它本来就是一个非常有包容性的运动，我也把就是中国式的传统武术也融合在 MMA 里面，所以我想以后展示更多的技术在 MMA 比赛里面。
Yeah, because I think mixed martial arts is very inclusive sport, very comprehensive sport. So yeah, I even think in the future I may try to bring some technique from traditional Chinese martial art just to showcase more martial arts discipline in my game.
Nice. And last thing for me, I know you want to just celebrate and enjoy this, but is there anybody that you have your eye on? Do you see somebody that you feel is the deserving contender or somebody that you just want to fight in your first defense?
所以啊，虽然咱们接下来现在想就是先休息，但是你脑子里有没有觉得哪个名字这个级别里是值得你去下一场去卫冕一下的？
其实有好多都非常优秀的选手，然后我听 UFC 安排吧，看 UFC 觉得哪一场比赛会更好看。
Yeah, they are all good fighters. So I just see what UFC wants. I will waiting for the call from them and discuss with them which one is better for me.
Thank you.
Weili, over here in the front.
Hello.
I'm curious, what did you make of the fans' reactions to Carla throughout the week? Even though she was the champion, she was getting booed quite a bit at the press conference and the weigh-ins, and even during her entrance.
就是他想知道为什么整个这比赛周大家都在嘘卡拉，然后你觉得是为什么大家那么喜欢你，然后让他不能不受欢迎？
对，其实我也想知道为什么，我觉得可能是大家比较喜欢我的这种风格吧，就是比赛的这种风格。
I have no idea too. I want to know why. But I guess probably because the fans they love my fighting style.
So going off of that, when you fought Rose in Jacksonville and here, they cheered for Rose, but they booed you, I think, because they liked Rose. But now these fans are cheering for you in this same arena. So what do you make of that switch from the fans?
所以去年
都嘘我，
对，打2次罗斯人都是给他喝彩嘘你，然后这次呢改是为你喝彩嘘对手。那你觉得你自己为什么能够反转？
我觉得其实我觉得我心态也发生了很大的变化，就是我现在是不管大家为我喝彩也好，嘘我也好，喜欢我也好，不喜欢我也好，那我都喜欢你们。
I don't know about it, but for myself, just talking about myself, I think my mindset is more peaceful right now. So no matter you like me, you hate me, you boo me, you cheer for me, I love you all. I love you all.
Thank you.
Really, congratulations. When Dana was in here before, we were talking a little bit about how you in particular are helping the spread and the growth of the UFC in China. What does that mean for you to be sort of a role model and inspiring the next generation of Chinese athletes?
因为刚才大拿在这儿采访的时候，他们也说，就是因为你这个 MMA 这项运动在中国迅速的发展，那你觉得对你来说是否也很重要？就是你通过自己的表现、自己的成绩，激励了很多中国的年轻人来热爱这项运动。
对，是从我拿完冠军以后，有很多的女孩儿，然后现在开始加入到这项运动，然后 UFC 呢也在上海有 PI， 然后也有很多的年轻人在开始了训练，然后我觉得 UFC 做的非常非常棒，就是给了非常多的年轻人喜欢格斗的机会，包括我这次在美国，在拉斯维加斯 PI 训练、备战、饮食，对。就是无微不至，特别专业，非常职业。我觉得，有 UFC 这样的赛事平台，有 PI 这样帮助运动员，运动员会成长的非常快。
Yeah, I think since I won the belt first time, there are more and more young Chinese people, more girls or women start to participate into these sports, and the MMA is developed very fast in China, and UFC found the UFC PI Shanghai in China in 2019. And I also want to say thanks for UFC. They give all the fighters and these sports massive support, like UFC PI. They take care of me a lot, no matter in Shanghai or in Las Vegas. So I do appreciate we have MMA promotion like UFC. They do help us a lot.
Weili, over here. Dana White was Dana White was in there earlier. He was talking about cards in Africa. He said Canada. He said Australia. You're the champion again. Anyway, you petition for a pay-per-view, a big card in China?
他刚才大拿在这儿也说了，接下来 UFC 可能去非洲、去加拿大、去澳大利亚、世界各地。那现在冠军又回到中国了，那你觉着一场盛大的数字赛有没有可能带到中国？
哇，这个问题太好了。然后我希望，如果可以的话如果明年能在中国打这场比赛，我觉得太好了，因为中国粉丝太期待有这样 UFC 这样的比赛，然后数字赛到中国来了。
Yeah, that's a great question. I love it because if we can do it, if UFC can do it, I hope I can defend my title next year in China. So billion Chinese MMA fans, they are looking for a big pay-per-view event in China.
Really? Hi. Earlier I was asking you a question about Sanshao and Sanda. And now with you gaining the belt again, does this make it where more traditional Chinese martial artists that come from like Tai Chi backgrounds, Baji, that are more grappling based, are going to be braver to cross-train in mixed martial arts now?
他之前也问过你问题，什么散打、传统武术这种在 MMA。那今天你赢回腰带了，也是靠着这个缠斗的技术。那你觉着未来有没有可能更借鉴更多什么太极拳啊、八极拳啊这种？
当然，八极拳的肘很厉害，太极拳的它的很多理念，包括它的这个力量的这个转换，我觉得包括我现在在练这个脚下的筋膜，都是从太极拳里面提取出来的。怎么样让你的身体更整体？其实是有中国传统功夫有非常非常多特别好、值得借鉴的东西，可以融入到 MMA 里面的，也是我现在要做的。
Yeah, for like Bachi, they have very good elbow attacks, and for Tai Chi, the principle of their how to use the power, the strength, is very good. Even now, I'm doing some. Strength and conditioning training based on the Tai Chi principle. So I do think the traditional Chinese martial arts, some idea or principle of those disciplines, we can involve those into the modern mixed martial arts.
The choke that you ended up getting, you got the finish where you managed to crucifix the arm on the side. Is that something that you trained, or is that just a little? Because it was very funky. Was that something that just came naturally, or was that something you trained?
他就说你最后降服他那个裸脚不是一个真正的就勒到气管的脚，先是单手碾到他的下巴，然后最后再让他拍的，所以这是你之前就特意练过的这种情形吗？
对，这个技术是我们平时训练遇到很多就是抱单腿的时候，我会容易拿到这个位置，然后在平时训练当中我们也就会经常遇到，然后我们这次团队也专门请了非常厉害的柔术教练，所以我们这次不管任何方面我们都做得非常好。
Yeah, we prepared for this scenario. We prepared to train a lot of unorthodox ways for the submissions. And like if she shoot the single leg, we can take this position and choke her. And yeah, we are ready for the grappling games in any different scenarios. And I invited a very, very good jiu-jitsu coach to join my team for this camp. So we are ready for this.
Thank you. Okay.
You gotta do it, man, until they pay the bills. They get no love. Don't play.
Once the emotion, I'm grateful. Oh, thanks, David. I'm grateful. What a life. What a moment. Fucking crazy, isn't it? Like, similar to the last time. Same story. It's crazy. But, yeah, I was fine. First thing I said to you, Joe, the ref, I was fine because I was still lucid. I was in there, but, yeah, shit happens.
Yeah. Does that mean that you're really not happy with the stoppage? That you feel like maybe
I talked to my coaches and I trust them. But I was fine. I knew I could see everything happen. My eyes might have rolled back a little bit, but I was lucid.
Yeah. Up to that point, it was probably one of your best performances. I mean, does that make this one like maybe even a little more difficult because it was such a phenomenal performance until that point?
No, really. That's why I said I'm grateful. I'm proud. My team's proud of me. Yeah, like respectfully, fuck all this shit. Fuck everybody else. It's all about my team.
Yeah. Given all that, do you believe? A rematch is that what you're gonna hunt?
Of course. Come on, man. I've been doing this. This is my third fight in 10 months. Every time I fight, I risk losing, what you guys deem as the prestigious, which it is, the belt and all that shit. But nah, I put it on the line because I'm not trying to just fight once and then I'll chill, do my lap around and parade as a champion and not risk so much. So yeah, I put it on the line, and this is what happens. Again, I dare to be great, and I am.
Yeah. Do you think it'll be tough? Because up to this one, it was true. You said, listen, guys, you're talking about a kickboxing match. You're talking about 5 years ago. Do you think it's going to be more difficult? Like, because there's going to be more discussion. Like, does this guy just have your number? I mean, I can already anticipate what it's going to be like. Do you think it's going to be more challenging ahead of this rematch?
No. I know what I can do. I mean, the fight was going on. He hit my perineal nerve. So that's why my footwork was compromised. Because I was wondering, even when I tripped and did the backwards, I had to do a fucking roly-poly because I was like, oh shit, I just tripped over and it's not like me. So kudos to him for investing in those calf kicks because, yeah, it cost me. Sorry. All right. Appreciate you, John, but I got to go. Someone else.
Kia ora, Izzy, back here.
Ravinda, what's up?
Kia ora, Izzy, good, thank you. First of all, kia ora, kia koe, and commiserations for the result today.
Thank you.
You've spoken all week about your CKB whānau army coming out here and supporting you. A lot of them were visibly upset at the result backstage. Is there anything that you want to say to them and that support that you've been getting this week?
I already did. I talked to them face to face. I came in there, I flexed. I let them know I'm still here. And what's his name? Hold up. Fuck. The guy. Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not fucking leaving. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere.
You spoke about...
Fuck, I sound like Rob right there.
You spoke about that you felt okay when the fight was stopped. Do you think that it should have been stopped in that moment?
Fuck. My ego would say, at least let me go out of my shield. But I don't think I would have gone out because I was still there. I've seen... worst stoppages. Fucking bring back Steve Mazzagatti. Bring back Steve Mazzagatti. I would have been fine, and I would have been, he might have won that round, but I'll still be champion. But
sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Finally, you say you pride yourself on being active in the octagon. So, you'll take a little time to reset on this. And when do you intend on coming back, or is it business as usual?
I mean, I don't disclose everything. I've had some stuff that, some medical stuff that I've just put on the back burner. Even stuff that people make fun of me for. I mean, yeah, I just got to look after myself because my health comes first. Even think about Chadwick Boseman when everyone was making fun of him. Oh, he looks so this, he looks so skinny, he looks so sleepy. Not knowing behind the scenes he was fighting cancer. People always make fun of me about, my chest and other things, but they don't know what I'm doing or what I'm going through in life. But I just keep everything on the back burner, so I just got some things to fix first. And yeah, I'll be back.
This
is the
first time. Israel, you said in the past you were going to rise from the ashes when you lost to Jan. How do you do that now?
Same. I'm still here. I mean, I have my team around me. It's the same energy, same shit, different fight.
You said your team is here, but your father's not here. I spoke with him earlier in the week, and he said he would be watching in New Zealand.
Yeah, I already called them. I already called my family and let them know first. I looked for David in the crowd, and I was like, yo, I'm okay. I wanted them to know I'm fine. It wasn't anything. It was just my leg. My leg gave away, and it was really annoying. But again, kudos to him. because he invested in those. I did the same thing to him. His legs fucked, but yeah, he just got me better.
Similar thing between you and Kamaru. Winning the fight in the last round, you guys lose the fight. Like, what happened?
My leg. My leg happened. He got calf kicks on and invested well.
Last one. When do you think you get that rematch with him?
I haven't thought about that yet. I'm just focused on rehydrating and doing these obligations.
Izzy, over to your right here, please.
Kev.
Did the fight go easier than you even may have thought? Like in the first 4 rounds, it seemed like you were controlling the fight. You maybe couldn't have fought a better fight the way it went. Did it go easier even than you imagined it would have gone?
I could have. I thought I was going to stop him later on, like the 4th, maybe 3rd round. But he's durable and he recovers well. So even in the 5th round, I knew he was going to come strong because he was down. Same thing as last time again. And yeah, I mean, it's another great story for him, but it's not over. This is still war.
And last question for me, did you feel like, you know, in retrospect, and it's always easy to say in retrospect, you should have maybe stepped on the gas a little more in the 4th round, and did you feel like you had that opportunity?
No, I wish it was hard for me to attack with my wrestling because I was compromised again because of the investment he made with the calf kicks. But bro, trust me, like when I had him, like I'm dangerous on the ground. People just don't realize that. But it was just I was compromised early on, and it's not frustrating. It just happened fucking an hour ago, so I'm kind of still just doing all these things, medicals and drug tests and whatnot. But yeah, it's not frustrating. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy my team's fine. You know, we did well as a fucking hell. Look what we did today. I mean, it's beautiful. Carlos, Brad, Dan, and then myself. What a life.
Israel.
This is the first time.
I'll take 3 more questions.
Israel, right here. I know how much the story arc and the journey is important to you. I know it's very fresh, but do you think at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you're going to look at this as a positive moment in that story arc and something that turns out for the best?
Yes, it's not over yet, but yes, I can already take a lot from this fight.
Thank you.
This was the first time we really got to see ADCC Anya. Do we get to see more grappling the more it goes on? Because you did very well in this.
Bro, the way I try people, I'm slick with it, but I just, again, I can get better. But I'm very slick with it, and I work very hard on my my grappling. But yeah, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve.
How close do you think you were getting him out of there in the first round? Love the swag, by the way.
Give me like 3 seconds, 4 more seconds, it would have been over. Because that hook didn't land the way I wanted it to. But yeah. But I mean, that's hoopla. What do you go? Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Doesn't matter, you know. He's the new champion. Congrats to him. And he did it again. Easy. Thank you guys. Sorry I can't stay long, but I just got some shit to do. But yeah, thank you.
Chama! Ah!
Congratulations. I'm sure you're still kind of processing the emotions and the moment of everything, but just give us the feeling right now with that championship belt in front of you.
Pô, Alex, primeiramente parabéns. Né? São várias emoções aí, deve estar passando por sua cabeça agora. Passa para a gente mais ou menos aí o que você está sentindo.
Bom, uma grande emoção. Vou repetir o que eu venho falando. Muitas pessoas acham que são 3 lutas, né? 1 ano, mas para mim não. Para mim são 14 anos, muita dedicação, muita disciplina. E hoje, pô, tô aqui, campeão do mundo, campeão do UFC, e estou muito feliz com isso.
A lot of emotion going through my head. So many years of hard work and dedication. And here I am, champion of the world.
Fantastic fight. I mean, obviously a very tactical battle between the two of you. I'm just curious, kind of how you felt things were going over the course of the fight, because you were down on the cards going into that last round.
Pô, luta fantástica, né? Muito movimento, muito movimentada. E fala pra gente aí que você foi pro último round aí, perdendo nos rounds.
Bom, eu sabia que era uma luta dura. A gente está falando do campeão, né? do ex-campeão. Um cara que estava batendo em todo mundo, e eu sabia o que eu tinha pela frente, e foi o que eu imaginei, né? O que eu imaginava, né? Uma luta dura, de porrada ali. Eu tinha a minha estratégia que eu estava tentando aplicar ali, mas estava muito difícil, né? E foi desenrolando os rounds ali. Quando chegou no último round ali, pô, meus corners, né? O Glover chegou e falou: cara, você tem que ir para dentro agora. Esquece tudo e é agora. E eu falei: então beleza. Eu falei assim: eu vou ter que nocautear. Ele falou: você tem que nocautear. Eu falei: então vamos para dentro.
Welcome to this fight. I knew it was going to be a very hard fight. You know, tried everything, tried to pace myself. But going to the last round, my corners and Glover kept it real with me. Look in my eyes and say, I look at him action and I say, do I have to knock him out? And Glover say, you do have to knock him out. And then I say, okay, let's do it.
That's easy enough. I guess once you heard him, I mean, he never actually hit the deck, but I think a lot of people felt good with the stoppage. Did you know the fight was over at that point, or what was going through your head?
Quando o juiz parou ali, você já achava que já era ali, ou que estava passando na sua cabeça?
Bom, eu acho que o árbitro fez o correto ali, né? O Adesanya estava tomando muitos golpes limpos ali, e a gente sabe do risco, né? O árbitro está ali para isso, e a pessoa mais próxima ali, depois de mim, era o árbitro, e ele teve toda a condição de ver tudo isso, e o que ele fez foi correto.
Absolutely correct. People can say whatever, but Easy was taking some pretty heavy hits. The referee is there for a reason, to keep you safe. So I think what he did was absolutely correct.
Last thing for me, Israel obviously wants to have a rematch, a 4th meeting between you. Dana said he thinks that makes sense as well. Do you believe that a rematch is warranted and should be next?
Bom, o Israel veio aqui e falou que quer uma revanche com você. O Dana White falou que talvez tenha razão, talvez seja o certo. O que você tem a dizer sobre a revanche?
Bom, para mim é indiferente. Eu tô aqui para lutar. Eu tô aqui para enfrentar qualquer um. Se quem vai estar aqui ou não vai estar, se pedir para mim escolher, eu sei que isso não está no meu controle, então eu vou estar pronto.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? I want to fight whoever. They choose whoever I want to fight, and if that's the fight that I'm going to do, I'm going to be ready.
Alex, over here, corner. Right. I'm curious, obviously this was a mixed martial arts fight, so a lot of people just assumed at some point there would be grappling. I'm curious, how would you rate your own performance when Israel took you down and you guys were grappling on the canvas?
Pô, eu já imaginava que seria uma luta de MMA. Muita gente se perguntando se a luta iria pro chão ou não, iria a algum ponto. Como é que você avalia o seu grappling nessa luta?
Bom, eu acho que foi bom, né? Não deu para mostrar muita coisa ali. Pô, como eu falei para vocês, estava uma luta difícil, mas eu consegui fazer algo que eu treinei, né? Tô feliz por isso. Mas tenho muita coisa para mostrar para todos vocês.
Well, I think it was good. I was able to display some of my skills and was able to keep it up. But I still have a lot to show to you guys.
Israel also said that he could feel the damage you were doing to his legs, especially with those calf kicks. Did you know that he was being compromised and hurt from your kicks?
O Israel também falou que você tinha machucado bastante as pernas dele. Você sabia que você estava machucando ele?
Sabia. E foi o que eu planejei. Tinha essa estratégia e deu certo. É que é um cara resistente, né? É um cara que, pô, tá acostumado com isso. É um strike, pô, tá acostumado a tomar chute nas pernas. Mas eu tava machucando ele e eu vi isso claramente.
I know that was hard. You know, he's a very durable guy. He's a striker, a very good striker. But I know that I was hurting him.
How hurt were you at the end of round 1 when he caught you with that hook?
Quanto que te balançou aquele cruzado no final do primeiro round?
Muito. Muito. Pô, eu fiquei surpreso ali na hora, né? Tava bem relaxado ali. Tava uma luta muito boa, né? Um machucando o outro, né? Uma luta de kickbox, vamos dizer assim. E tava bem confortável. Mas depois daquele golpe eu acordei, né? Reagi, né? Onde que eu fiz ele se desgastar um pouco mais. Talvez eu coloquei mais pressão, né? E não consegui fazer muita coisa, mas eu consegui fazer ele bater mais e errar mais. E aonde ele cansou, eu acho que ele cansou até mais do que eu.
Hurt me a lot. I'm not gonna lie. But with that said, I think that helped me to stay sharper, stay with it, and then I start putting more pressure, pick more shots, and also make him work more, which I think I was able to get him a little more tired too.
And finally, where would you rate this belt that you've won compared to all of your kickboxing titles as well?
Comparado com todos os cinturões que você já teve, os de kickboxing, aonde que você coloca aí nos principais esse cinturão?
Não, esse está no meu principal, né? Mas que cada um tem sua importância, né? Uma história. Mas esse está sendo o principal.
This is the main one for sure, because every other ones are important, but due to the history and everything, this is my main win.
Potan, guys, I'm gonna ask in Portuguese again, okay? Cinturão volta pro Brasil. O último campeão dos médios que o Brasil teve foi o Anderson. E agora você traz esse cinturão de volta pra gente. Conta o que você está sentindo e manda um recado pro Brasil que está te assistindo.
Pô, de grande importância, né? Cara, eu tô dando continuidade num trabalho que o Anderson fez, né? Pô, representou muito bem aí o nosso Brasil e eu tô dando essa continuidade, tô tendo essa condição, muito feliz de fazer parte dessa história.
Parabéns, está todo mundo muito feliz por você.
E você falou para mandar um abraço, né?
Manda
galera.
Um recado para o Brasil.
Pessoal do Brasil aí, pô, muito obrigado. Todo mundo que sempre me envia mensagem, me incentivando, me apoiando, isso para mim significa muito, é muito importante, né? E é aquilo, como eu venho falando e vou sempre priorizar isso. Quanto mais eu apareço com essa história de vida, né, que eu tenho, muitas pessoas conseguem se espelhar, se motivar, né? E então eu fico muito, muito feliz de ter conquistado esse cinturão. E eu tenho certeza que eu vou estar aparecendo mais e muitas pessoas vão ter a oportunidade de estar vendo a minha história e se espelhando com tudo isso.
Well, means a lot to me, and since he was such a great champion on the sport, be able to achieve what he achieved means a lot. And also for the people in Brazil, thank you so much. It means a lot to me because use my story to inspire yourself. I want to use my story to inspire you, to show that you can achieve everything. I'm very thankful to be able to inspire you guys and tell my story.
Alex, over here. To your right. So you went for the takedown in round 2. That was the round you actually won on the scorecards. Because obviously there was all that posturing before the fight about who's going to go for the takedown first. What was your thinking when you went for the takedown?
Bom, você foi pra queda, né, botou ele para baixo no segundo round. Um round que você provavelmente ganhou. Como é que foi sua postura aí no pensamento do grappling para essa luta?
Bom, eu ia tentar desenrolar ali, né? Tipo, no segundo round ali que eu coloquei ele para baixo. Eu sabia que era o final do round e tal, nem dá para fazer muita coisa, mas era tudo dentro da estratégia. Eu ia tentar confundir pro terceiro round ali. Mas ele se ligou e foi ficando difícil também, né? Porque ele sabia que eu tinha vamos dizer ali, agora uma vantagem, né? Uma surpresa para ele, talvez. Ele falou, pô, agora tem que ficar mais esperto. E onde foi que ele ficou mais esperto? Assim como quando eu tomei a porrada no primeiro round, eu fiquei mais esperto. Então, mas foi um plano que eu tinha, foi bem. Acho que isso fez parte para atrapalhar o jogo dele e eu até consegui esse nocaute.
Well, that was part of the original plan, to be able to take him down, to surprise him, has like a surprise factor, and make him confused with the rest of the other rounds. But the same way that when he tagged me in the end of round one, and I started being more aware of things and got sharper, maybe that also did the same to him. He stayed more conscious of stuff that I can do and prepare for that. But maybe that also like trick his mind to the point that he had to be aware of more things, and I knocked him out the last round.
And what do you think about kind of just this whirlwind journey you've been on the last couple of years, coming over from the kickboxing world and rising so quickly to the UFC championship? How does this journey feel to you to come here so quickly?
Como é que essa jornada sente para você? Tudo que você fez do kickboxing até chegar agora no cinturão do UFC veio assim muito rápido.
Poxa, igual eu sempre falo, para algumas pessoas isso é rápido, mas são 14 anos, né? Eu não comecei a treinar quando eu assinei com o UFC, então tudo que eu fiz, né, para chegar nesse cinturão aqui, se eu não luto com a Adesanya, se eu não sou campeão do Glory, se eu não tenho esses títulos importantes na minha carreira, fica difícil de eu chegar nesse cinturão. Então tudo que eu fiz, né, foi para chegar aqui e hoje eu sou campeão do maior evento de MMA.
Well, everything I done was to get to this point right here. Was fast at the same time that I was not, because being 14 years that I'm in this game. Everything that I conquered on kickboxing and everything else was to work on my goal to get here today.
Do you feel like a kickboxer in mixed martial arts, or do you feel like a mixed martial artist today?
Você se sente kickboxer no MMA, ou hoje você é um lutador de MMA?
Não, eu sou um lutador de MMA. Eu gosto do MMA. Eu acho que hoje eu tenho mais armas, né, para tá fazendo, né, nas minhas lutas, né, para estar conectando outros movimentos, outros golpes, e eu só preciso de um pouco mais de tempo, né. Eu acho que eu vou conseguir desenrolar nas próximas lutas. Tô treinando muito bem, eu tô amando o MMA.
Alex, I'm sorry. I'm definitely an MMA fighter. You know, I've been training a lot of MMA. I got weapons of MMA fighter, and I've been in love with the game, man. I love training MMA every day.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Alex, congratulations. A year ago, you 2-0 at MSG. Did you ever feel like, what did you know about this venue before you fought here last year? And obviously, it's been a great home to you ever since.
Pô, agora você está 2-0 no Madison Square Garden. Um ano atrás fez sua estreia aqui. Antes da sua estreia aqui, o que você já sabia sobre esse lugar?
Bom, o que eu sei que é um lugar muito importante, que teve vários lutadores famosos, de grandes nomes que lutaram aqui, não só do esporte, né, mas outros artistas também, cantores. É um lugar especial e estou muito feliz de estar fazendo parte também, né, dessas pessoas, né, campeão do UFC. Então eu acho que tem que valorizar isso e eu valorizo isso.
I knew it was a very important place that many great fighters fought in the past, and not only that, great singers, great artists. I knew it was a very special place, so it means a lot to me to also join those people because they became here today the UFC middleweight champion.
Thank you. And one follow-up. As great as you've been over the past year in UFC, in your mixed martial arts career, what about your sister? Is it possible she's even better?
Pô, e tão bom que você fez no UFC. Você acha que a sua irmã tem a possibilidade de fazer até melhor?
Minha irmã, ela vem numa crescente, né? Aprende muito rápido, assim como no kickboxing, né? É nova no esporte, né? Muita coisa para aprender, mas nesse 1 ano que ela tá lá treinando com a gente, né? Junto com o Glover, na academia ali no time, aprendeu muita coisa. Vai fazer a sua estreia agora no LFA. Eu tô muito feliz com isso também e vai dar muito certo.
Well, she's been improving a lot. She have a potential of improvement that is crazy. and she's young on the sport. Now she's been training along with me, Glover, in the team there. She's about to make her LFA debut MMA, and we're all very excited for that. I think she's going to do great on the sport.
Alex, just over here. You said you wanted to show how dangerous you can be in MMA. Do you feel that you were able to show that tonight to all the doubters that perhaps, had doubt on your rise throughout the division?
Bom, você falou que queria provar quão perigoso você é na MMA. Você acha que depois de hoje à noite você provou para todos que duvidavam do seu potencial?
Com certeza. Talvez as pessoas falar, mas o Adesanya não era um wrestler, 100% e tal, mas era um kickbox, era um strike de alto nível, né? Então, você fazer as duas, ter atenção em duas modalidades, de um cara que se comporta da forma que comporta no kickbox, é muito difícil, né? Então, se você sabe que o cara já é do grappling, você vai dar uma atenção a mais ali, né? Então, talvez fique melhor para fazer as defesas, para desenrolar ali, porque eu posso estar esperando isso. Se o cara tem 90% de grappling e 10% de strike, lógico, tudo pode acontecer, mas a minha atenção maior vai ficar no grappling e é onde eu vou me defender melhor.
Well, was definitely able to prove, especially over a guy like Adesanya, that is not only a full MMA fighter, but also a great striker. If he's just a guy that is a grappler, for an example, I could just train straight for that discipline and be prepared for the grappling skills. But when you got a guy like that is super skilled his feet and is overall good, it's much harder.
Sorry, just last one. Hamzat Shemaev tweeted that he was ready to fight you in Brazil. Is a matchup with someone like him of interest to you somewhere down the line?
O Hamzat Shemaev desafiou você para lutar contra ele no Brasil. Você acha que é uma luta potencialmente que você poderia fazer mais na frente?
Eu tô para lutar com qualquer um, mas para mim não importa, eu vou estar preparado. Eu tô aprendendo muito, tô evoluindo muito rápido e, cara, a minha equipe, cara, tá muito boa. Tô ali com o Glover, que todo mundo conhece, sabe do potencial do cara, a experiência que ele tem, sabe? Tem o Turma, tem o Franelito, que é um boxeador profissional de primeira qualidade, tem os melhores treinadores. Fernelli tá ali, melhor treinador de boxe, tá me dando todo o suporte, aprendo muito com ele. Então, assim, vou estar pronto para qualquer um.
Well, I'll be ready for anybody. I'll fight anybody. My trainings right now, and I'm evolving so much and so fast. I have such a great camp at Teixeira's with Turman, Caio, Fernelito, who did a great job today. So I'll fight anybody.
Queria agradecer todo mundo, né? Todo mundo que acredita, né, no meu trabalho. Eu sei que é difícil, né? Um cara do kickboxing, né? Que não sabe MMA, não sabe chão, chegar e colocar na cabeça das pessoas, né? Eu sei que eu tenho que mostrar. Estou fazendo por mim e vocês vão vendo, né? Automaticamente vocês vão vendo. Então, assim, vou continuar fazendo o meu trabalho, né? Mas peço, agradeço a todos, né? Por todo o incentivo, por todas as mensagens. Agradecer a todo mundo, a maioria dos brasileiros aí que sempre me envia mensagem de incentivo, né? Torcendo por mim, mandando energia, né, boa para mim. Agradecer o Fernelli tá ali, tá até agora ali, cansado. A gente fez um excelente camp, né? Agora tem um Globo, a gente vai voltar. O bom é que eu não preciso ir pro Brasil agora, né? Eu vou ir, mas não agora. A gente tem que voltar pro compromisso, que o Glover tem uma guerra pela frente aí. E, tem que agradecer todo mundo, agradecer também a Monster, o Hans, que tá me dando todo o suporte aí, né? Para mim tá lutando e fazendo o que eu gosto. Obrigado a todos.
I want to thank everybody that believe in my potential, believe in my job. I know I'm a kickboxer. I want to thank everybody that believe in my transition, believe in my work. I want to thank Glover. I want to thank Fernelli. Also, I want to thank Monster and Hans that also been very helpful to me.
Poitin, só uma última em português.
É um objetivo teu virar um dos grandes ídolos do MMA brasileiro, junto com outros grandes nomes, como o Anderson Silva, que você já citou, José Aldo, enfim, tantos outros?
Cara, eu vou fazer a minha parte, eu vou dar o meu melhor e isso vai acontecer naturalmente. Sabe, tem pessoas que faz, força e às vezes não alcança esse objetivo. Então eu não quero me frustrar, né? É claro que tem muitas pessoas que se espelham, né, na minha história de vida, que eu acho que é muito importante, né? E, cara, eu vou fazer o máximo aí para me manter no topo e é isso. Se eu vou ser esse cara, também não depende de mim.
Obrigado, parabéns pelo título.
Valeu.